Morning, having a nice day so far. We're going to go ahead and jump right into it. So we can see here on the monthly, right, we're just getting this continuation beyond this breakout. I've marked another level up above. That's at 4508. That seems to be where we see a lot of bar highs, right? We've got kind of two of them here and then three of them here. So you see a lot of bar highs, or well, I guess in this case it's all the highs. I was going to say bar opens and closes, but we see a lot of them end roughly around this area, this 4508 area. So that's going to be kind of a key level to the upside that will most likely act as resistance. We're trading right now 4411. You can see, we just got an alert on the 6A as well. But you can see yesterday we ended 4388. Right now we're trading a little bit above that, 4411. So it looks like we're going to be opening up on a gap. But so far the monthly just continuing to one time frame higher and hold the upside. Switching over here to the weekly, we can see the weekly opened up. Well, this is kind of a skewed chart, right? Because it's not necessarily on the because of the futures rollover here, but still one time framing up on the weekly. Still some resistance as we're coming up. You can kind of see that right here, right? Becomes resistance, comes back over here, becomes resistance again, becomes resistance again, and then we got that move lower. So we can see that's going to be kind of the area where we'll expect to see some possible resistance. As we're coming back up, we want to be, careful for a liquidation break. And if there is a liquidation break, that's most likely going to drag us down like 43.30. I think that's going to be a key level that the market doesn't want to get below that 43.30. I think that there could be some extreme liquidation. And so the market's really going to try to have to hold that level. Switching over here to the daily, we can see we're still breaking out of balance, still continuing this one time framing higher. If you're a technical analysis, this is something we did last week, right? You kind of got that breakout of the flag pattern. So, technical analysis works sometimes. We're moving up towards this high, and this high is that 44.51. So that's kind of that next kind of key level up. And then we start to get into some maybe 44.26 as well. Yeah, maybe 44.26 will be a level that we'll have to watch here. So 44.26 and then 44.51 will be some key levels that we'll watch. Switching. I mean, just really looking at this, right? We're kind of putting in this steep trend, and so this is something that we definitely want to be paying attention to. If there is a pullback, we want to see if we can hold this steeper trend that's going on here. That would be kind of a key level for the market to hold on to. What's going on with this thing? There we go. Remember, CPI did come out today, so there's probably going to be some increased volatility. Where we'll take a look at the profiles to see kind of the impulse levels and get some more levels. But so far on the daily, right, we are continuing higher. And so we just want to, basically we got this balance. We're getting that breakout of balance. We want to go with it and then monitor for continuation, right? That being the most important thing. Switching over here to the profiles, right? A little bit of review from yesterday. Yesterday we kind of danced around off of the open. We traded a little bit lower, basically held, built a bunch of volume up, right? The market was able to capture a bunch of inventory without trading lower. And this was kind of important because below some of these key levels, maybe some more longs get shaken out, right? Some weak-handed longs get shaken out, and they liquidate, and the market would trade lower. It would have been harder for the market to trade higher in that case, but whoever was absorbing was able to hold. Not enough supply came in. Market eventually started trading up and then eventually just broke the high. So maybe some CPI data got released early, or maybe people are just projecting. But last summer CPI was at like 9, and today it came out at 4.1. So it seems like inflation is coming down. So whatever the Fed is doing seems to be working, and that's continuously tightening. And so this brings me to kind of my point for this morning's thesis. Um, Today is going to be kind of a euphoric day. I think that's what everyone's looking at. Oh, inflation's down. They're going to pause. Blah 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 blah. We're good to go. We don't need to keep raising rates. Um, but Powell has been telling us this whole time that he's going to continue to raise rates until inflation's at 2%. So I'm really not ruling it out, and maybe expecting a little waterfall action tomorrow. Um, Maybe later in the day today. So we definitely want to be careful if any headlines start to come out like that. But uh, so far not too bad. I know it shows a poor high here, but that's just because of the end period. That's the settlement period. But we ended yesterday on a spike. We settled 43.88. You could see overnight inventory is 100% net long and actually trading at the high. You could see that the CPI 44.16. This we are getting back into some of these levels that are previous levels that I just happened to lead it off the chart from the last time that we were on this M contract. So last summer, when CPI came out, when it was around 9, and now it's around 4, we're basically back at the same level. So you can see that the market's recovered pretty decently from that extreme. Not really a huge surprise. Here's this drawing though. So going into today's session, right, we're going to be opening up on a gap, a rather large gap as well. So if you're a newer trader, sometimes it's really difficult to trade larger gaps. So this might be one of those days where you just sit and watch for a little bit until you get a little bit of feel of how the market starts to move. Just know today is going to be fairly risky, most likely. So just be careful. But you can see we kind of have a triple distribution here on the overnight session. This level here, this 43.92, 43.96 level is going to be a key level that I'm going to be watching. If there is an overnight inventory correction, this is where I expect shorts to start covering the first set of them. So I think there'll be a nice long pullback into or from that area. Of course, there is some people that got squeezed out here, but they're typically weaker handed, so they probably got stuck here, squeezed here, and then they're just kind of holding the market higher. So I'm not really counting on that. We could just see straight continuation. Surprisingly enough, well, actually, Microsoft's at the high, Nvidia's at the high, Apple's just kind of hanging around that 183 level. But yeah, so I'm just taking a peek around. Yeah, it looks like a lot of stuff is looking pretty decent. But yeah, so this is going to be kind of my flip zone as well. I think if we do trade below that and start to trade into the spike, right, some shorts probably cover, but probably build some tempo. So from below this level, if we can't hold it, I think there's some opportunity to trade down into these single prints. So that'll be kind of trade number 2 that I'm looking for. So like I said, 1 is going to be here, and then a rejection would be number 2. And then number 3 really is just kind of straight up variable 3, but is just the market opens up and just kind of continues this upside. That's kind of the third option there that we possibly might see. So definitely want to be vigilant, maybe even reduce our size today, right? Especially with the volatility that's most likely going to be coming in the market. Morning, Roach. Roach, you should have been at fucking jujitsu yesterday. It was like a old Forge reunion in there. Everyone was from fucking old Forge.
Oh yeah, who was? You don't know any names though, huh?
One of the guys' name is Kevin. He knew you because he's like what like we were going and like another dude came up. He's a prison guard, white guy, older, kind of buff.
I know
Um,
who he is. Yeah, he's not from Old Forge, but I know him
oh, okay, yeah,
a
he
little
came
bit.
up and he's like, it's like old Forge reunion in here. And then the kid Kevin, he's 21. I was like, oh, you're from Old Forge, and he's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, do you know my buddy Roach, a guy they call Roach? And he's like, yeah, I know Roach. And I was like, oh yeah, he's a good guy. Me and him, we hang out like every morning. And he's like, I don't think we got the same guy. He's like, because I was telling him, we trade the stock market together, and he's like, no, no, no. The Roach that I know, he does concrete, and I'm like, yeah, that's him, same guy. He's
Yeah,
like, he does the stock
yeah.
market. I was like, yeah. He's like, holy shit.
He could have also met my brother too, so I don't know. You don't know if he actually knew me or my brother.
Oh yeah, because he said, because I was like, his name's Brian, and he's like, no, his name's Mike,
John,
Mark, John. That's what it is. Is that your brother?
John. Yeah, that's my brother. Yeah,
Oh, so yeah, maybe he meant your brother then.
yeah. He must know my brother. I don't know if I know him. 21. He's kind of a lot younger than us. I don't know. Maybe he
Yeah.
knows my brother from who knows how. My brother's fucked up. But and the other guy is from West Side, I think. I do know him. He's married to an old Forge girl. I forget his. I used to work out at the gym. He used to be in the gym a lot. Well, weightlifting gym, not the
Yeah,
what do you
he
call
seems
it?
like he still is still a frequent flyer in the weightlifting gym. He's pretty fucking
Yeah,
strong.
he was a Marine. He's like a Marine.
Yeah,
He's a fuck
still
is
has
his
his
name?
marine haircut.
Yeah, he's real quiet and like backward. But once I got to know him, I liked him. At first, I was like, I don't know if I like this fucking guy, but he's all
I felt
right.
this. I felt the same way when I first met him too. Yeah, because
Yeah, that's
he's
him.
just like
That's him.
standoffish.
Yeah, yeah. He's like tough guyish,
Yeah, you're
but
like, what's this guy's fucking problem?
yeah, yeah, yeah. But he's all right.
Yeah, he was pretty
What the
cool.
fuck was his name though? Yeah, I forget his name. He's married to a school teacher in Old Forge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of guys at my gym, Old Forge from Old Forge. There's probably like 7 or 8 people yesterday from
Oh
Old
yeah.
Forge.
I wonder if what's his face? Dave Safanelli. He's another guy. He ain't from Old Forge either, but he lives here a long time. I heard he just got his black belt in jiu-jitsu, which is pretty big deal in jiu-jitsu, huh?
Dave, the attorney. He's an attorney.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's him.
yeah, he did. He just got his black belt. Yeah,
Yeah, that my buddy was telling me, Danny, told me, and that's a
you put that shit on your resume. That's how big of like people take that in.
Dave. He used to be a cop in Old Forge.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's
He
all right.
comes at lunchtime. When I go train at lunchtime, sometimes he shows up like in a suit and tie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, there was
yeah.
this guy had his dog at lunch, and his dog was just chilling the whole time, just sitting there, not barking, like we're all fighting on the mat. And Dave walked in, and the dog started barking at him. And the guy looks at Dave, and he's like, "It's your tie. He hates ties."
Oh really? That's weird.
I think he was just joking with him though, but
Oh,
just
because I was
because
gonna
like
say a dog usually maybe the dog don't fucking like him for a reason. Dogs
just
know.
because the everyone in jiu-jitsu, they're fucking wearing sandals and shorts and shit. And
Yeah, yeah,
Dave showed up in a suit
yeah. He came in a suit and tie.
coming from work. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They used to work out at Old Forge. I used to run into them guys at Old Forge, the weightlifting gym. Both of them. They closed the gym down now, so we don't go there.
Yeah, it's just funny. They're like, "Oh yeah, Old Forge." I'm like, "Fucking Old Forge. Everybody knows everybody."
Yeah, yeah.
But back to the market here. I mean, that's pretty much it. Most likely, we're going to be opening up right on this gap. We've got still about 12 minutes. Um, Most likely, we're going to be getting a really elevated tick. We're going to have a really elevated breath. So we're going to want to monitor that for continuation as the session trades on. And then when we get like this, right, I find that the best thing to do because these are levels that we really haven't traded in such a long time, the best thing to do is to trade almost mechanically, but not mechanically in the sense that we draw from the book definition as far as like trading from a halfback or trading from an open or things like that, but trading mechanically from these distribution levels. So if we were to take the overnight distribution and separate it into three distributions, right? When we get to the low of the distribution, you have an opportune moment to buy, right? Expecting it to fail in this area and not get accepted into this lower distribution. And you have the same opportunity, right? So you have this unfair high and unfair low, right? Which are opportune moments to buy. You just have to pay attention if you don't see the market start to stick or start to stall near that unfair low in this case, because we're not really going to be selling these unfair highs, right? And if you're going to sell, like you want to do it more mechanically, so maybe 25, 50, something like that. Um, but if you don't see it, then you just play off of it, and then as it enters this next distribution, you just look for the ledges, look for reactions off of these ledges, and you could try levels from there, and then also from the unfair low if you want to be a little bit more patient, right? You can also see if you get this reaction, if we move down into this lower distribution, right, and you get this reaction off of this high volume node, but we come back up to this unfair high and the market starts to fail, well, then you can start to fade from there, right? But you want to give it an opportunity, especially on a day like today, to kind of show its cards, right? Don't try to force anything today. Today's just not going to be one of those days where you want to force stuff. You want to be a little bit more mechanical and wait for those setups, or like, like we talk about catching a pullback trade. A lot of times it's tough because when it breaks out, you're like, fuck, I need to get in it right now. And then you get in it, and then it pulls back to right where you wanted to get in originally, and then goes in the direction. So maybe you sit in a little bit of heat, maybe you get stopped out, right? But if you were just patient enough and trade a little bit more, and I guess maybe mechanical is not the word, maybe more methodical is the word that I'm looking for. Um, but you want to be a little bit more methodical today and not as loose or as emotional as we could have been really the past little while. We've pretty much just been trading up for the most part, so as long as you're on the right side, then you've pretty much been a winner. But that's probably the best way when we get days like this and we're in this kind of unexplored territory, because if you think about it, like, this will be the this will be the third day in a row that we've made a new 52-week high during the cash session, right? And so when we have this, it's inevitable that at one point we're not going to make a 52-week high during the cash session, right? Like, so we did the same thing here. 52-week high, 52-week high, 52-week high, traded lower, traded lower, traded, lower balancing, right? 52-week high, 52-week high. Today we're going to open up higher. It's going to be a 52-week high for the cash session. So we want to be, aware that eventually it's going to stop going up. Not that I'm saying we should just get short, but I'm, just trying to draw in perspective so we don't kind of lose sight of the big picture. And so what I've found when we have these larger gaps on during the Globex session is to use the distributions from the Globex session to our advantage, because it's very hard with previous price action to really kind of put them in play, because we just haven't traded these levels in so long that you don't know how they're going to act. And so if you are looking for areas to fade instead of fading off previous levels, I would say, like, look for some liquidity to lean on, and then also, like, the 25 is a very easy to see reference, right? The 50 is a very easy to see reference. The 75 is very easy to see reference. The 4,500 is very easy to see reference. So you're gonna have opportunity there, right? It might be quick, but you know, if that's if your bias is downside only, just let it confirm for you first before you start just saying, oh well, it's you get a little bit of momentum moves to the downside and you start getting short and you get chewed up because we're on this big gap today. Morning, Liker. Morning, Dote. About 5 minutes. What we're looking at here. 6. Yeah, the Aussie dollar is coming into a bit of resistance. Still looking pretty. Still looking. Definitely put in a higher low. But there may be some opportunity to fade the 6A here from like 68,341 to like 69 flat. Kind of what I'm looking for. We'll see how it plays.
Hey, sir, I'm late. Did CPI just come out?
Oh yeah, it came out 8:30, so about an hour ago. We've got 3 minutes. We could take a peek at some crypto real quick.
Well, my XRP exploded and then came back down.
ETH pretty much just trading sideways. You know, a little bit of liquidation, but kind of just forming this lower distribution. Definitely some resistance overhead. You can kind of see the double distribution from this balance above, and now it's bouncing lower. So you want to see ETH staying above this 1750 in order to start moving back towards that 1777. And Bitcoin here. Bitcoin actually did trade up to that upper distribution, um, still holding this 25.3 level. Needs to get, yeah, Bitcoin, you really want to see it get above the 26,457, above this high volume node, before you start to really be a believer in it. Other than that, it's just kind of failing here around that 26.2. It's an alert here. Yeah, that needs to climb back above this 27. Yeah, but there's some opportunity. If it gets above that 26, there might be a decent little trade in there back up to this 27. 26 to 27. That's not bad. I'm surprised with the CPI that we didn't get a little bit more bullishness coming into crypto, especially with the news. I don't know if you guys heard. Um, the Republican Party put in some letter to try to remove Gary Gensler.
Yeah, I
Um,
heard that.
so that seems like bullish news for crypto, because Gary Gensler's a fucking crypto hater and piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's really. I mean, things shut up for like a half a second and then came back down, but you know. But it could be, one of those days where it's just an up day all day. That'd be great.
Yeah, it definitely could be.
What's crazy right now is that, before, all the alts generally went one direction or the other. And right now, some are going up, some are going down. They're not following the stock market as much anymore. It's like it's its own entity now.
There's our open. We run into some supply overhead there for a quick second, drops down, volume meets demand, bounces up, comes back down. They kind of trade through that 4404 level pretty quickly there. Watch for this 44. Watch for the 04 really to kind of hold. If they don't reoffer this 04, then you probably end up trading back towards that 7.
One of the bots got you a call.
You can see tick opened up really high, breath opened up pretty decent, not anything too crazy. We're kind of showing acceptance in this lower distribution, trading towards this high volume nodule down here. Back up here towards the open now. You need to see it get a bit above this 4 here, around that 4, if it's going to catch any upside. If not, then it's going to be a tough charge to try to continue up there. See them reoffering the open. Nasdaq's below its open. The Dow also below its open. Nasdaq trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. See, our sector boxes are pretty flat here. Not really anything too crazy. Only 7-point range to start the session. It's actually less than I expected, to be honest. Morning, Trent. A decent bid comes in above the 4 here. A little bit of absorption, that reoffer from the 6 there. The other offer at? Other offer is like up at 12, maybe. Some buyers just got stuck right there at the high. Look at that, 841 on the high. Buyers are gonna have to get this thing going quick, or they're gonna be forced to liquidate.
Yeah, I think they need to hold all 375 or 4, whatever you're saying, but 375 4 or get above that 7.
Yeah, they need to get above that 7, or else they might go all the way back down through the low. They're struggling here. It's twice we've traded the 675 and didn't trade the 7 there. They need to trade on the 7. Trade on the 7 should take us up. There's 1, 2, 4, 9, 12, 18. There it is.
So did they not raise the rates this time?
The rate decision is tomorrow. And so what happened today is CPI came out better than expected. Core did. Run sweet chariot. So there's almost at 12 there. I just took one off at 1050. We've got some weak spots below though, and a reoffer coming in right there at this 1050. So be careful. No down ticks though. 700 get up ticked. Basically, like what I was talking about is last year around this time we had CPI inflation. Let's just call it around like 9. And today it came in at 4.2 or 4.1 or something like that. So definitely better, right? Definitely inflation is moving in the right direction, kind of showing what the Fed is doing is working. And what I'm kind of thinking is like everyone's thinking like, oh, well, if it's working, we're just going to pause. But the message that we've been receiving from Powell this whole time is like that he's not going to pause, that he's going to continue to raise rates until inflation is back at 2%. And so for me, what I'm kind of thinking is like today we get this euphoric day, like everyone's like, yeah, the Fed's going to pause, fucking market's going to go back to all-time highs, blah, 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 blah. And and then Powell's gonna come on tomorrow and maybe be like, you know what, I'm still raising rates like I said I was gonna do, and then that might give the market a bath and to shake out some of the weaker hands that have caused some of this weak structure in the market that's below us. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. But
So the big news
yeah.
is tomorrow then.
Yeah, Powell's on tomorrow. The CPI is pretty big news because it does show inflation is definitely, going down. Only kind of bad note in it was really like that the pay, like the job pays are not increasing as much as how much um demand demand is. But other than that, it's not too bad. I have my stop at break even, dope. Sorry, I just saw that. 450. Someone speaking like German in the background? I feel like I'll hear someone. Yeah. Yes, that's something that I've had to come like a pretty decent. It's definitely been a learning curve for me, dope, to let my trades work instead of trailing them and then having it come back down, not even to my entry, but I trailed and then I get stopped out, and it's like it's tough to get out and then get back in right away, right? And it's definitely like a skill that you have to develop. But that's one way. Like, if I get good trade location, and basically I had trade location right above the open, I'm just gonna hold it. If it comes back and takes me even, then I just fucking that's just part of the game. But when you get good trade location, like yesterday, I just had. I mean, they were just glorious fills yesterday before that breakout. I had 53 quarter, 56, 52.75, 54.75, and then added 57, 57, 58.75, 59 quarter on the way up. And then I started taking lots off starting at 64. And then I took my last lot off at 82.50.
Oh
And it's
wow,
like,
that's a good day.
oh, I murdered yesterday, bro. Murdered. Oh, yesterday was a great day for me. I'm not trying to brag. It was just like I fucking murdered yesterday.
You did brag. There's nothing wrong with that.
Um, but like that's one thing that I've talked about it too, like because it's something that I struggle with. I get good trade location, the trade gets up 5 points. I'm like, give me that, and I take my 5 points. But then then I move my stop like 2 points below where the price is at, comes back down, takes me out, and then goes up another 10 points or something, or even another 5 points, and it's like just fucking it kind of ruins your mood. And so what I've been doing with my last lot, like I most of the time I trade in threes, um, and then I add and add and add, but I add in threes, and so I take them off, one at a time, one here, one here, one here, and then that last lot I move to break even, and then I'll slowly move it up. Once we start to break into like another distribution, I'll move it to like the unfair low, so it shouldn't get me yesterday. Like yesterday, I was posting all the how I was trailing my stop yesterday, um, on the move up, and that's basically how I do it. Uh, when we get moves, right? We don't always get moves, and sometimes you trail and just comes back and gets you. But and I know it sucks too because like right now, let's say you're sitting your stop at break even, all of a sudden we get a liquidation flush, it smashes down there, takes you out. Well, you could have had in this case it would be like 10 points here, 11 points. Well, yeah, about 10 points here. Takes you out for zero. That can be frustrating, but it also gives you the opportunity to catch more upside if that does come to fruition. Like right now, you could probably move your stop up to 750, so which would put me 2 points in profit, 3 points in profit, um, to lock that in. Really, just be looking to add here, anyways. Break above Globex high. Probably even move here to like 12, 11 quarter, we'll call it. What's interesting too today is that the uh the depth map is not super high. Like the resting orders are not super big like they were yesterday. Volume is volumes like 667,000, so it's double the M contract today. But yesterday was a huge volume day. You're struggling with exits, John? Yeah, in the slower markets, it's tough. Like when the market is slow, it's just kind of like a lot of times it's just better just to get in there and get out of there. I think I'm gonna add right here if we hold this 15-ish, 15 half. Ooh, offer trying to come in the 15 quarter here. Bids try to step up like that. Look for this reoffer on 17 half. If you get the reoffer on 17 half and you add it on 15.50, I'd probably pull it off. But if not, we'll probably keep trading back up to that real offer, which is at 21. Offer coming in 16 and 16 half there. And a lot of times, like if you're in a position you're trailing and you're looking to add, you've got to be quick with that add because you don't want to kind of ruin your average either. So like if you add a position and it doesn't start winning right away, or it just wins right away and then comes back, you typically just gotta fucking bail on it.
Yeah, that's what happens to me a lot. If I add when I'm already up, it comes back down, and then it takes that half your profit because you bought in too high.
Yeah, they reoffered that 14. I'd watch that 14 quarter.
Sellers are being aggressive here because they came back down that 13, they got upticked, and they kept selling. They just came back down and sold this 12, they got upticked, and then they kept coming back down and kept selling there. So definitely some aggression there.
Don't forget about cyber school.
And if they can't hold below this 1250 though, they're getting stuck on this low here. If you start
Only
to
one
see
bot
them,
will only one bot will be playing today.
You could pop above the 14 quarter. Maybe they run it to 17.
yeah,
Having trouble with that 14 though.
the weak spot below here is like at 11 and 50.
That's where I had my stop.
And 50.
Yeah. Well, 11. But that was decent, though. Decent little trade.
Yeah, you're getting full reverse here. See if they can trade it back down to the open. Right back down to the VWAP, it looks like. Shorts got stuck on that low. So what they need to do, or what you need to see, right? If we play this off of the overnight distribution, you kind of see this high volume nodules right in that weak spot. If the market's going to get any upside, it needs to reclaim that 12 and then trade towards that 14 that Roach is talking about and pop that 14. If not, you're going to see that rejection. That rejection is going to take you back down, probably to one of these high volume nodules.
Yeah, I shorted that 14. Well, I got filled on 13, but I was shorting at 14 level. Looking nice.
You're seeing
Got
the
a lot
offer try
more
to
out
come in here at 10 too. See this reoffer here came in 1050. So they weren't able to climb back over, and you see kind of a little ledge forming here right on the 10, right? That's right where they reoffered there. So they reoffered pretty heavy there. So we can expect if they pop the 10 that we probably do trade that 14 where that next ledge is at. But if they can't pop the 10, then be careful. We want to wait till our original plan here, which was buying down here. Right, that's probably where some buyers are at if you're just looking to stay on the long side. You see the weighted AD trying to go negative here. Getting close. There's some stuck longs on 11 or 1075 as well. So as we get back up to this 1050, just be careful if it just pauses there for a second. That's more a bullish sense. If it rejects hard, that's going to tell us that these longs are covering and that longs are a little bit weaker than shorts there. So watch how it acts right here at this 1050, and we might be able to actually capitalize on that. Half, maybe 21, 17, half 21. Just a little bit of a pause. Taking two right here. Oh, didn't get filled on the third one. Got filled on the third one on 10. Bad fill, I guess. Seeing tech catch a little bit of a bounce, and the Dow still looks pretty okay. Like some offers trying to move down, but doesn't really seem like they're gaining any ground yet. So Still reoffering this level pretty decently though. If you're long from 10, here's your chance to take a break-even stop if you want. I'm not closing my trade, but there's your chance. We're looking for that 14 half for the first target. 14 half, 17 half, and then 21. But the offer is coming in pretty decent here, so just be careful. They just might not be ready. Yeah, the NQ is breaking below its VWAP. It doesn't look as strong. Financials is really green. So that's something that we had talked about. Like if we're going to continue moving the market higher, that we want to see, right? We want to see financials continue to be green. Some bid step up there. Like that. Big offer trying to come in at 12, 1275, 1250. Not getting any downticks though, so really just don't want to see the market get back below 11. As long as we hold 11, we're probably pretty decent. Offer came in again of that 1250. NQ is still moving lower here, so making it a little bit of a struggle fest for the market to kind of come up. And this is, kind of that reaction that we were talking about, right? We traded like right up almost to the 14, right where that high volume nodule is at. Trade and it, gets rejected there. Back down to this 10. We'll look to see if shorts cover. They do. That's what that little pop is. Now you want to see if buyers rebid. If buyers don't rebid, then this is a flattening situation here. Because that's just showing that little pop was just short covering, and that would just be showing, these shorts that got trapped up, underneath of the 10 covered, and then seeing longs liquidate. They realized that they were. That love and feeling. Ooh. Two minutes until B period. Offer still consistently moving down here, trying on this 5. You see those 500 lots come in. The shorts start to cover. They offered that 5 pretty heavy there. Watch how they act right here. No pop means no short covering.
I
A
think
little bit of short covering.
I think 2 even is the last draw for the longs, if they're gonna step in or not.
Yeah, right below that open. Yeah.
Yeah, what's the open? 270. Yeah,
Yeah.
just below the open. Might be a good area too. They might trap some sellers below there, but I wouldn't jump right in because we got a lot of momentum down.
Yeah, longs need to worry about getting above that 6 again or that 6.5, 7. Before they figure anything out. There's definitely some longs stuck above that 9 as well. That's where that liquidation came down from, was 9.
Yeah, you got like a little thin spot in the footprint anyway, right here, right at like 8.5. Up right to 9.
Oh yeah, it's mechanical. That's a good point, Liquor. It's right at 4,400. Some buyers get stuck right there at 850. Right at that weak spot. So some absorption there, it looks like.
What time is that Pal tomorrow?
2.
2.
2 and 2:30, yeah.
11. Hmm.
Looks like some shorts just got stuck here on this 550 this time. So Get back below that. Buyers trying hard right here. 7. Get down ticked. Oh, I kind of think we're going back up to 17.
Yeah, it's been able to get below the VWAP.
Yeah, the only thing that's really hurting here is that the Nasdaq is just so weak. Sosnoff was right. He was talking this morning. He was going to short the Nasdaq and long the Russell as a pairs trade. His is probably working out pretty decent. I don't know what the Russell's doing. Russell's up big, actually, and the Nasdaq is down. So he's fucking. That was a good bet there. Little pop there. Get some shorts covering out there at that 850 that they shorted before. So probably just taking off for break even. Next reoffer spot. Probably 1250. All right, so here comes decision time. The market's kind of coiling here. Oops, you can see this bottom chart. The market's kind of coiling here. We just hit 1,000 tick here, and we're not making a new high. So that's kind of bearish as far as like buyers are trying really hard and not able to kind of get up there. And then we can see that the market, we made this low, made this high, but since then we're basically just trading sideways. And so you really want to watch this VWAP. A break below that VWAP causes liquidation, which probably takes us below the A low, which is down there for 4,400. And then the market, to get any sign of upside, is going to have to get above this 13-14 level. And they're redoing the roof across the street. It sounds like fucking patty cake over there. It's annoying as fuck. Nasdaq's just puking them. I bet Tom's insufferable right now because everyone was talking shit to him about that pairs trade this morning, and that was a good trade. Really good trade. They're really trying to offer this 6 here. In the point of control, just sticking here. The breadth on the NYSE's actually increased. And if you look at the weighted here, you can see unweighted is actually a lot higher than the weighted. And really what's dragging the market down right now is tech. Tech's just getting, just a shellacking here. So that's pretty much all we have to do is just watch XLK. If XLK makes a higher low, there's the first sign of weakness. And then if it makes a higher high, then we'll know that we're on to Some upside possibly.
What is XLK?
The technology sector. Mechanical B low right off of the open. You see some people taking some scalps there. Scalping the open. Up above the 6 probably brings in more short covering. That was kind of a weak look there. They traded right down below the open, right to Roach's spot there, the 2. They weren't able to get anything going below it. Maybe shorts are just covering below the open. For the reoffer here, back below the open now. Earn that 250. And so this is kind of what we were talking about this morning, right? You've got these 2 high volume nodules, right? Those are kind of the last chance for a bounce back up into this upper distribution. If they don't bounce, then this is kind of the area where I'm looking to try a nice long position. Seeing a poor low kind of form here as shorts start to cover a little bit towards that low. See if they reoffer the 6 again. Liquidation there. Heck's down 1% now. Offer still consistently moving down here. Here is E4. Yeah, didn't quite get down to where I was looking for it. As that catching a little bit of a bid here, the Dow bounced right off of its VWAP. Trade back to the open.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything here. I'm kind of confused. I don't know what it's going to do up, down.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to get a grasp on it because there's just so much outside inventory it seems like coming in. Like as soon as you get a move one way, everyone's like, well, let me just take this and then see what their reaction is. It definitely seems like tech is in control and kind of consistently moving the market lower though. But
Yeah.
if we get back above the 7, then you might see a bunch of shorts start to cover too, so it's tough. Yeah, like you have like opportunity maybe to like short the 5 against the 7.
You just got stuck on 4,000 even.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, 400 lots, 500 lots.
You just had deja vu. 4,000. Same thing happened. Must have happened another day. Yeah, I agree though. Above the 6 or 7, maybe it turns bullish, but pretty weak.
Yeah,
It's pretty weak. It's pretty weak, but it's not a great spot to get in a short. I don't think anyway. Especially because this is your area where you were thinking maybe could
yeah, I
possibly
like
get
this
long.
area is possibly getting long. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
96 and 94 area.
yeah. Got some shorts down there on the low now, 96.
Yeah, a couple thousand down there actually.
Yeah. Seems like it keeps coming back to let them out though, which is telling me it's weak.
Exactly. Yeah. Every time we get a little bit of a bounce. Yeah, that's kind of like I like this area to get long here, but then also I'd want to see it get above 7 as well to kind of confirm strength.
Yeah.
Gonna just hang it out. I'm down 3.75 points after taking that stop from earlier. So nice trade to start, and then took a full stop trying to fucking look for a homer. Like it. Apple's just trading sideways. Microsoft trading lower. Nvidia trading sideways, holding the gap above or gap below. Excuse me.
Yeah, my psychology got all jacked up. My computer started lagging. I didn't know it. And then, so I'm looking at my DOM and I'm up like 4 points in my trade. And then all of a sudden my stop gets hit for a loss. I'm like, what the heck? My computer, I don't know if I need to reset it or what. It's like lagging.
That's a pain in the ass.
It's frustrating.
That's what happened to my dad the past couple of days. Because he's been on Wi-Fi, and it's just like He had a real tough day on Friday last week.
He's got some short stuck on 4,400 there too now.
Yeah, it's like my computer's having a hard time processing everything because like it's showing the DOM and all the orders coming in, but it's like 60 seconds behind. Like I'm watching like the previous 1 minute candle. It's weird,
That is weird.
but I didn't realize it at the time. It's like,
They re-offered the open there. That's mechanical. Kind of weak-handed. Even if there is a pop up here, remember they still need to clear above this 7. Get above the 7 and hold. Puts us in a nice opportunity to take it back up to like that 14. That's kind of what I'm looking for if we don't go back down lower. In a decent offer coming below the open there, 500 lots on the 2. I'm not sure how the bot did overall. Yeah, the Nasdaq definitely caught a nice strong bid here. The Dow's coming down now though, so healthcare starting to kind of lag, whereas tech is kind of rebounding. You're still getting kind of this push-pull look, but it definitely helps when tech is switching. I'm going to cover this up for 2 seconds. Remember, we got to get above that 7 here. But you can see here, like, financials, right, holding strong. This is tech, so we're making a little bit of a higher low here. And then healthcare actually made a lower low. But we want to see them kind of turn around here in order to get that continuation to the upside. And I think that level is 7. Needs to get above 7 and hold above 7 to get these shorts kind of spooked out. Because they moved it lower, but not really a lot of volume chased lower, as you can see, and we're pretty much, almost back at half back. So if they get above that 7, maybe some sellers on 8, but most likely you're trading back to this weak spot here, which is like 12. 11.5, 12.
yeah, it looks like B came right down to that thin spot in the overnight profile.
I know, motherfucker couldn't come down like a couple more ticks. I had an order at 96. Here, where's it at? They're still there. 96, 95.75, 95.50, 95 quarter, 95, 94.75, 94.50, 94 quarter, 94.
Jeez, bro, how many orders did you have?
I was buying that level.
6?
That was the level. I was gonna buy that level. It fucking came
That
down.
was the plan. What are you talking about?
It didn't fill me at all. Just fucking ass. Yeah.
The morning's not over. It might go back down.
That's true. We've only just begun.
Definitely looks like the sellers are in control just based on like looking at the 1 minute candles.
Yeah. And they reoffer that 7 there, 6. They get up like 6 right there. Yeah, they reoffered the 6 pretty heavy.
The 50.
Yeah, like they've kind of flipped trend, right? Like held it, flipped it.
Maybe we get another look at that thin spot in the Can't break.
This is a play that the market makers have been running lately, though. It seems like they've taken A up high, taken B below A, and then they run the market up the rest of the day. They've ran that play a couple times lately, so I wouldn't put it past them. Creatures of habit. When something works, they just keep running with it until it stops working.
Yeah, we still haven't been able to fill the gap. So
Right. Yeah, so we still definitely, and that's why I was trying to go so heavy here, because I figured that's where shorts are going to be covering from. I should have just chased, I guess, but I got punished earlier for holding a position, so.
Might still come back down there anyway.
Yeah, definitely possible.
Got to break below 4,400, I think, though. It's got some shorts stuck there.
yeah, we got spike rolls and gap rolls in play.
Yep. Looks like some shorts got stuck below the open as well. I tried to like reshort the open, weren't able to really get it. I got some buyers stuck here on the 5.
Yeah, right around 02, ain't it?
Yeah, 02, yeah.
Yeah.
2,
I
yeah,
really-
2.5.
We really have like three forms of excess, right? Because we have the single prints, we ended on a spike, and then we had a gap up. Those are all forms of excess, right?
Right, exactly. That's why I was leaning so long today, because I just know that there's so many shorts that are gonna have to cover in order for that market to go down. They've got to take care of old business first, and so there's a lot of old business that needs to get taken care of. No real reoffer there, just kind of no bid up at that high, up at that like 7. A little bit of a rejection there, where buyers need to kind of step up and start trying to take the market higher.
Yeah, they couldn't hold 05.
Yeah, and liquidate.
It's a week.
Little consolidation here again, right at the VWAP.
Long here. 5.5. Shit.
They tried to offer that 5 and kept getting upticked.
Yeah. Come on, break it.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, it took me out. Fuck. I tried to move my target out. It took me out.
That's not
Maybe
bad.
it was a good thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a good thing that took me.
Buyers tried to buy up that 6.5 and just got ran over there. Sellers are stuck on this 5.50, 5.25. Little tight little battle here around this 7. But if buyers reclaim this 7, I think we probably end up trading back up to that 12, 11.5 area towards that B high. C period's opened up. See what we get. Liquidation. There's 250s right where sellers got stuck at last time.
Yeah. Now buyers are getting stuck on 3 though.
And they tried to front run that open and got fucking ran over.
Looks like it was a good thing you couldn't move your target.
Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe it was a good thing. I start getting greedy. I thought I could move it out a little bit. That happened to me yesterday 10 times. With the price action, it would give me and come back, give me and come back. $4,000. Well, I say 4,000. 4,400 is another spot they might be stuck.
ELN. What is that? Is that palladium? Platinum.
I think it'd be better if it comes all the way back down to where you were looking originally. You know what I mean? Come all the way down. 94, 92. I don't know if we're going to get that, but...
I took a long on this 250 here. But,
that's
yeah. I'll just cut it. I won't have a full stop here. I think if it comes back down to that weak spot, we're probably going to end up trading all the way back towards the high 89.50. So you have to be careful. I wanted to see them get above 7, then could just add to this and then trade it up to that 12.
Might get it this time. Back above 5 again is good.
They're selling that 5.5 again.
Yeah, and they're getting stuck there on 5, 5/4.
Yep. They're trying to offer the 7, getting stuck here too. Let's see if they can get upticked. They already offer that 7 pretty heavy there. We may see an offer 8 just because 8's half back. But we're seeing,
Yeah, and 8.5 too. Watch 8.5.
Yeah. We're seeing the bounce in the NASDAQ and we're seeing a bounce in the Dow. You're seeing the weighted AD go back to positive here, so this is a decent spot. I like it.
Should go through 8.5 quick if it goes. I'm not in nothing. I missed it. There it goes.
Nice. Mechanically offering that 10, these people are. They're just offering a round number. That's it. Real offers up at 12.50 though. So I'm take one off at 11.50. See, those stupid motherfuckers. I knew it. So that's a key thing to let us know who's trading today. Like when that offer piled in there at 10 and they couldn't get any downticks, those are weak-handed traders selling at a mechanical level, an easy to see number. They're like, "Oh, 10. I'm just going to sell 10." Right? Where the offer was actually above them at 12, 12 half. Right? You see an offer come in 10.75 now that they got a little bit above it, but that's not the real spot. That's not a real seller there. That's just a mechanical seller trying to sell the market down. And we're on to their bullshit. Get a back test of 7, get these shorts to start covering around 8, straight up to 17.5 into 21.
Make some sandwiches.
I'm gonna open up a fucking deli here pretty soon. I'm gonna go to jiu-jitsu here at 11. I'm not gonna be able to go tonight, so goddamn fucking football meeting.
There's a lot of guys there during the day, huh? To at least spar with.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, at least
Yeah,
I mean
wow.
at least like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
It's like to get a good workout in it at least once a day, so I've been going every single day too, so starting to get that cauliflower ear. People know I'm badass.
Yeah.
hurts,
Safanelli
like,
got his fix. Dave
Yeah,
got
I-
his fix.
I'm gonna get mine drained too because it hurts like when you sleep. Nice. There's that 11.50. So the offer is just right above us at 12 half. They don't have them. They might not have the money to buy these stops yet, I guess. Chicken shit motherfuckers there.
Here, grab a coffee.
Keeps getting stuck at 1150. Oh, you can do it. You can do it.
You get that retest of that 8 there. Now see if they hold this. Maybe they get the money now to buy the stops for the liquidity. All right, guys, I'll be back. Screen's on. The mics are on. It's a good exercise if you're willing to narrate kind of what you're seeing out loud. You know, I don't think anybody in here is going to give you grief if you're wrong. But it's good practice, I think. So if anyone wants to narrate or kind of like take the reins of the ship, you know, please do so. You don't necessarily just have to be quiet. But I will be back probably like an hour or so.
I got kids in here with me, so I'm talk, but I'll probably be gone when you get back. Thanks, bro. Or respond.
What's up, guys? My mic on? Yeah. So it looks like we held that weak spot in the overnight profile pretty well, and pretty much, I mean, we had a little bit of a pullback, left another mechanical low, and then squeezed up. And I think what Roach was saying earlier, when all those shorts got stuck below that 4,000 or 4,400, he was pretty much dead on, because even that pullback couldn't make it back down. They started covering before. Popped back up. 1750's been acting a little bit of resistance, which is also what we expected. So, and now, just looking at it, I mean, it just got back, so I haven't really got a good grasp on it yet. But you're seeing a mechanical high here. We're basically like at like the 19 or wherever this level's at, and then this mechanical low sitting at like the 7. And so when we have these levels, this is kind of a double mechanical low, right? A double bottom, double top, whatever. But because this is off of that C half back, and then what is this? F period comes right down to that D low. We kind of got to side with the short time frame buyers. And remember here, we're still inside the initial balance. And so if we're going to get continuation, this is where it's going to come from, right above this distribution. See this little ledge forming? So we can kind of assume that these buyers right here are stuck because of this double top mechanical high. And so in order to gain upside, we need to be on the top side of 17, really. Need to be on the top side of this 17. So basically what I'm saying is, like, if you're getting long into this, that's kind of it's a tough spot to get long unless it starts to work right away. Now, if we get above that 17, and we start to see some buyers step up, then you get a nice long, and then you just can put your stop basically right there. So it's a low risk looking for it to take that upside and trade towards that A high. As long as we stay above this Globex high, which is basically right at 16. And then to the downside, if this breaks here, then we probably are going back down to that 4,000 or 4,400, excuse me, where those shorts got stuck earlier. How's everybody's day going so far?
I got my 10 points. Yay.
Hey, Nikki, hell yeah. Nice. See, I told you, just a matter of time.
I got 15 points.
Oh, wow.
Damn. It took 8 trades, but I got it.
Yeah, I shut my chart down when you left, Brad, because I didn't want to mess up my day.
Just watching my chart?
Yeah. Been doing other stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Got spanked this morning. Long from the 7 quarter. Nice. You're in like the same trade that I am. I have one lot left from 7 as well. Man, I love getting the class in the middle of the day. It's so much nicer. You're not all tired from like the whole day wearing on you. You're still hydrated. And most of the people that are there midday like this are fucking, they're there to fight. They're not there to fuck around. What did we get that high by like a tick there? Coming up to this ledge. The level I had marked earlier was 21 quarter, 21 half. So that's probably where there's a decent offer. It looks like there's some people getting ready to sell the 20, but like I said earlier with that 10 level earlier this morning before we left, I think that is just I think that's just people selling mechanically, right? They're just like, oh, it's a 20, I'll just sell the 20. And I think if you're going to sell mechanically, you need to do it on the quarters, not the ends.
Okay, wait, say that again. You think you should sell on the quarter?
Well, like so because we're in an area that hasn't been tested in a long time, right? Especially as we get above the overnight distributions. Because if we're in the overnight session, we can play off the overnight distributions until our daytime distributions form. And our distribution for the daytime is basically one big distribution from like 19 to 8. So pretty much that's where all the volume is at. I mean, if we get this, you got like 19 to 8 where it kind of falls off. I mean, you could, I guess, go 16 to 8. That's pretty much where the distribution's at, right? Little distribution down here as well, but and so
Okay.
as we get above here, where we have really, we haven't traded up here since 2022. It's hard to rely on previous levels because they just haven't been played in so long. So just because something was worth X amount in the past and valued at X amount in the past doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to find value there in the future. Not that it can't, it's just that it just might not. So what I think people do, retail traders, like so weaker handed traders, is they just sell like on the 10, on the 20, on the 30, on the 40, on the 50. Well, that's 10 levels to sell, right? And so as we go up, what I would say, not that I'm like recommending to do this, especially not with how kind of trending up the market is going for now. And we have trapped shorts a couple of spots, but if we get up to like a 25 and we start to just kind of look weak, there's going to be some opportunity there, I think, to fade that. And same thing like with the 50. And so then you're only looking at 4 selling opportunities. And if you just kind of use that in your mind, well, it can just maybe make it a little bit easier because natural human instinct, right, is to sell something. It goes up, we're like, we got to sell it because it's not going to stay up forever. And so, but if you sell it like human instinct, 10, 20, 30, 40, you're like, oh, every 10 points, I could probably sell it. There's probably going to be a seller here every 10 points. But if we just wait every 25 points, then, there's probably some rotations off of those quarter levels. And especially it's just going to save you some mental capital trying to time the market. Whereas if you just sell the quarter, right? Let's say it gets up to 25, starts to look weak. We fade this quarter, trying to come back down to 18 and just have like a nice tight stop. Especially because chances are it's not just going to tap 25 and come down, but if it taps like here, starts to come down, we can fade it against this D level, trying to trade it back down into this distribution. Not today, right? I'm not going to try that today, but that's just something like that I kind of think about that helps me not short in a market that's moving higher.
Got it. Okay.
I know it's kind of confusing. That was kind of long-winded, but there's just a lot of people tend to just get short because either they miss the long or they're just like, this thing's not going to keep going, so I'm just going to get short. And if you just kind of like put it in your mind, like, okay, I can only, if the market's moving higher and I want to sell, I can only sell at quarters. So then then it just kind of like puts you at ease instead of like, okay, well, this is a 10, and then a 10 starts to figure like, I'm gonna shoot short 10, then 20, then 30, and it's just like, it just gets out of control.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. The seller just got stuck on that 17.5. See if they got the juice to buy these stops. Almost had a panic attack if I left my phone at the close. Steve, you still holding your long? The G-Lo? Nice. What's your target? Or are you just trying to trail it? if we're trying to come in on this 20.5, but gets upticked. Selling that same spot here. Nice. So we're above the A high. We're about to start seeing stops come out here. See some sellers try to move down. They offer that 22.5. They got filled quick. One down tick and a rebid on 22.25. That's strength right there. Sellers moved down to sell the high again. Buyers jumped up and filled them. Right up there on that 23. If you saw that 270 that traded. See 27. 690 sitting on the 25. What the heck? Just take those stops, buddy. Tough for them to take these stops right here. I think that's why you get a little bit of hesitation. They're still bidding this thing in, but because they've got to run through stops at 24 and 25, I think right here to take this D high. So they're gonna have to kind of use some other people's money. Nice trade, Dan. NASDAQ right at its open. Tech sector still not turned green yet. They fill those Brad prints. Let's see if there's some short covering on 16. Looks like a little bit of a liquidation there. Definitely some stuck longs above here. Now we know there's longs stuck above, basically above 18, right? Because we know the 16 is a weak spot. So right here, like 17 half, you can assume that the people that are in this distribution are longs and they're stuck. So you're looking to see if they're going to buy these levels here on the way back down, and they need to get the market back up here. And then if it gets back up here, you're looking for them to continue buying to push the market up. If you don't see them start to buy, you start to see this liquidation, they're going to start attacking this weak low here, which is the 7.
Attacking meaning selling.
Yeah, like that's where their target's at. So like if we assume that they were able to hold the market up here, right, with these offers above, and they got below where stops were at in this back into like this middle distribution. And so if they're able to continue selling, or if buyers aren't able to get it back up into this upper distribution, like at the 17 will be kind of our decision point. So we're watching this 17, and they'll either re-offer this 17, and then their target is going to be here because that's where the liquidity's at. Liquidity's below this.
Got it. Thanks.
Seller's definitely trying to offer this level here. They're trying to hold it below. Seller's trying to hold it below the 17, really. That's really their goals, to hold it below this weak spot. Try to convince the buyers, the weaker-handed buyers, to liquidate. It's a pretty fast liquidation, and this is kind of, this is like what Peter Resnicek refers to as buyers shut off. So we get these bars that kind of, you know, I mean, this is from like 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, so about an hour's worth of candles that basically just get negated by like 5 minutes of candles. So this is kind of telling us here, and that's like right at the 21, that buyers are kind of shutting off at that level. So that's definitely going to be a level that we want to be paying attention to, even if we do get above the 17, where sellers are trying to hold below. See, they're trying to offer the 17 again. 1675 gets trapped right there. But they're going to want to try to hold below this 17 naturally in order to get it below, but and you've got to find buyers above 21 for acceptance this time. 21 is here. Kind of see a little edge there, but you'd have to see the buyers really start to show up around that level. This is right where that liquidation started from. So here's another opportunity to add here, Steve. Aim down, grab liquidity. We're back above this ledge. As long as we keep holding this 18 quarter, we should go back up at least to test that 21 half, 22. And we're starting to get sequencing too. So kind of mechanical. It's 3. 3 is a sequence. I'll be right back. I'm back. My race timer went off. And 22 is what we're looking for here.
I think it'll break the high.
Well, 22 is where the offer is at. I mean, you see it kind of coming right there, 21, but I was just looking to see if it was going to tap 22 where that upper shelf is at. Had it on 15, 15, and 18 quarter. I got 3 lots on. No, but looking for 22 to take that first one out. Like sellers just got stuck on 19.5. The whole time. Point of control shifted up as well. Got 5 TPOs here and 6 TPOs here now. Also, coming down below the low here, and you've got the Nasdaq trying to get back above its open, about 6 handles below its open. You see some sellers trying to pour in here, trying to push this thing below 17 again. 16, 17, 16. Oof, they got stuck. Watch for a bid to come in right here at 17, 75, 18. Small bid there. I like it. The offers are getting a little bit more confident. You see them moving down here. See this 360 moves down to the 20 quarter here. And we're sitting up at 21. So they're getting a little bit more confident, trying to follow price lower here. Decent bid came in on that 18 quarter there. What the fuck is that noise?
What do you hear?
I think it's the name. The people across the street are getting a new roof, so
Oh,
I had 2 headphones in, so I was like hearing that noise. I was like, what the fuck? I just took one off at 2075. So now 2 lots left. Just trying to front run that 22 a little bit, just because it's just looking a little tough. Tempo's real slow. It's starting to cover here. See if they re-offer that 22.
The last 26 till now. So last 20 minutes, we've only had call counts coming in. No put counts at all.
Mm. There's definitely some. There's definitely a seller up here, but there's definitely some weak-handed shorts up here as well. So as soon as this seller moves, this thing's gonna take off to the upside. Because every time it gets over like this 20, kind of get like these little pops, short covering, which are probably shorts that are stuck below that 16. You start to cover a little bit. And then every time it gets up there, you see that seller kind of re-offer that 21, 20. And I don't know if we talked about this last week or Monday, yesterday, but you can see, right, and this is as of 6th. So this day right here, 6th, you had big money or asset managed money start covering shorts and buying a little bit of long, right? They didn't quite take their short and turn it into a long, but they cut their long, and then you had leveraged funds add a big pile of shorts, and so there's um, they are extra short now, 80% short, 73% long here. This is that sixth, made that low, big move up. So they're still they didn't switch to long. They didn't go switch back to neutral. Those leveraged funds, they tried to short again. So they just haven't given up yet um, on the downside, which can be dangerous and leads to these kind of squeezes here. Hey Kumar, what's up? No, I'm here. Yeah, there's just not not much going on. We're just basically hanging sideways. So the White House calls on Russia to stop threatening global food supplies. Russia says, "Go fuck yourself." No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what they said. Market definitely in a little bit of a coil here. And so here's kind of what we can deduct, right? We're getting, we like mechanical levels, right? We have mechanical level above as well. We're getting a second one here. So what I'm kind of looking for is a liquidation break that isn't able to take this pullback low. And there'll be some opportunity in here. And around that 1150, 1250 area is a level that I like, level that I've written down. And if we don't get that, then it's just, this continuation above that 16 that we've just been forming this shelf. It's tough. It's a tough spot here for sure. And we're starting to see a semblance of like a P shape, right? Or high, unable to get the continuation, kind of indicative that there was a bit of short covering that happened probably off of that low, right? And so if there is a liquidation break below this low that we talked about that can't make it past that mechanical low right around that 4407, that's where the opportunity is going to come in. But I mean, it just seems like they're just struggling to get any downside going at all, as shorts just seem to continue to cover at this higher price. Has that catching some downside along with the Dow here. You're seeing the liquidation start. I like this 1150 low. Nasdaq trading all the way down to its VWAP. Dow almost back down to its VWAP as well. Yes, came back down and tapped its VWAP also. Offer trying to come in 12 now. Good. Hey, what's up, Russ? Offer still trying to come in 12 here. Do I think the ES closes the gap today? I mean, it's not impossible, but it's going to be tough, I think, for sure. It's definitely not impossible. I'm still thinking that there's just too much trapped short inventory for it to really go down. I think maybe tomorrow it takes a peak down there, especially because I think that Powell's going to raise and everyone's kind of thinking that he's not going to raise. But I could be wrong for sure. Took one off right there at 14. You see trapped inventory on your chart. So I mean, once you get an understanding of the profile, you figure each day has a set number of inventory, right? And we can assume that single prints from the profile are a representation of short covering, in this case, because they're moving to the upside. And so when we see this and we see this short covering happen, this is kind of telling us that there's shorts trapped. And so what causes these single prints is these shorts start racing to the door, right? So they're short, let's just say below here somewhere, and there's a race to get out of their position. So they start buying their position back. Well, a bunch of buyers start rushing in. It causes these little short covering rallies. And so some of these people don't get a chance to get out at a fair price. And so what do? They do what every loser does and just holds a loss, right? Hoping that the market will trade back down here and they can close closer to break even at another point. And so that happened twice yesterday. We got double single prints. We finished on a spike high as buying was, pretty decent into the close. And then today opened up on a gap, traded right back into the weak spot of a profile. We assume that everyone in this lower distribution from overnight was also short and they weren't able to get the correction. And as soon as it got down, they covered short. It caused that short covering rally. The market basically one time framed up for till here and then came back up to the high. And so you've got short inventory stuck here below these single prints. You've got more short inventory stuck here below this weak spot in the distributions. And so, and then we have stuck long inventory here that we've identified above the 17 to about the 21. And that's what's causing this liquidation. That's who's liquidating right now, is they're shaking out some of those long. So that's how I look at it. Are there enough trap shorts to keep above 4,300? I mean, for now there is, yeah. You know, like we're having definitely a tough time to get it below that 4,400. So for now, it seems like there is, yeah. Typically, the market has to take care of old business before it can decide to do new business. And so, kind of like what we were talking about, it looks like there's a seller up here at the high. And, you know, it looks like people kind of momentum pile in below him. And they've been getting shaken out. He's been using them to move the market lower. But it's not necessarily giving us any real directionality as far as the inventory goes. And then remember, tomorrow is the Fed, so you know the market can just be kind of crazy. Um, I kind of think we trade below 4,400 tomorrow, but no way to know for sure, right? And so far, the market's just been going up, so there's no reason really to fight it. Let's see, Fed afternoon happened before, and who knows, right? CPI was not that good. Gap will be filled with 75% probability. Where do you get that number from? Where do you get that percentage from, Russ? The 75% that it will be filled by before Powell. AMD just announced that they're making a new GPU.
funny, and now they're now it's actually going lower. AMD.
What is it?
Yeah.
Oh, they announced that. Hey, what? What's the comparability? It says MI 300X GPU only. Wonder what that compares, like what series that is. 75%. Oh, it's for, I didn't know if you were basing it off of something, Russ. Like if you have like a like something that's telling you that, or you're just saying you're just that's just your percentage that you're making up. Where'd you get shoes? What kind? Oh, New Balance? Oh, you didn't want those Adidas? Oh. Bad luck. Said bad luck. What? Liquidation break. There it is. So it breaks that DF low there. And then the next spot people are trapped is that 4,400. Look at the tick. The tick almost hit a negative 1,000. We're not hitting the low. Remember that happened back here at 10. That was during B period, and then B period made a low. Apple's right at its open. Microsoft's coming down to its open. Nvidia bounced right off of its open. Another mechanical low here. Got some Brad prints above here showing trapped liquidity above. All right, we assumed that it was trapped 17 and above to that 21. Get that liquidation. So now, in order for buyers to show some strength, they're needing to get back up over, it's actually up over that 15. So the tick is basically telling us that, especially when it gets to negative 1,000, we're at an extreme, right? And so when we look at the profile, we're not necessarily at an extreme, and so that's kind of telling us that they're putting a lot of pressure to sell the market lower, and just not getting that movement, I guess, that they should get, right? Typically, when we're hitting 1,000, we're either breaking the high if it's positive 1,000 or breaking the low if it's negative 1,000. So like earlier, we hit positive 1,000 during B period, but we were right in the middle of the profile, and then it ended up rolling over, trading to a new low. So it's not necessarily that it's going to happen every time, um, and we are one time framing down right now, but typically if we hit a negative 1,000 tick, it's kind of an extreme level. We didn't quite hit it, but typically when we do, most of the time it's telling you that the selling is strong, and if we're not making a new low, it's kind of like a divergence basically. Weighted AD is flip negative as well. Trying to see shorts start to cover here. Let's see if bids start to follow. Right from the 6 level. 556. Are you sure you're on the right one?
Mm-hmm.
Your hands. Your face. We're leaving in 20 minutes. Yeah. Apple's breaking it slow. We're getting close to it now. Oh, looks like the stream went down. Well. Well, Trump's going into the Trump enters courtroom for arraignment hearing, classified documents case. A plus 4. Yes, at 404. Would you say it's the 4404 is the halfback of these two? Yeah, just about like 4402. Nvidia's making a new high here. Yeah, I used to be a medic in the army. Tired now. RTH VWAP. Back to this 12 level. This 12 level's been a key level today. Let's see if they can flip it back into support and then try to trade through the rest of these Brad prints here. See the weighted AD flipping back to positive. And we saw that negative, 1000 tick almost kind of correlate with a reversal as far as reversion to mean here. We saw the volume point of control shifted down. Market's hanging out above here. So let's see if we're going to get a cessation of one time framing. And then we'll look for the reaction based off of, how far above K if we get back into that I period. And then, expect some more selling above that 17. I'll be back though. I got to go pick up kids. Oh. A decent little move up there, fills the rad prints, corrects the inventory. Overall, pretty neutral day so far. See how it ends. We've got about 25 minutes left. So in about 5 minutes, we'll start to see margin requirements raise, which will be a lot of people having to close out of their positions that don't have the margin to hold the positions overnight. That's typically when they at that 345 mark when they start to close out positions.
So is that why the price seems to go lower at this time?
Yeah, it typically just starts to move. So if there's like a bunch of day time frame shorts that are in the market, then it probably moves up because they start to cover. If there's a bunch of day time frame longs, then they start to sell. So then the price goes down. If they've got, because they don't have the margin to continue to hold the position, they just start to try to like balance their book basically. Volatility picking up here. We got about 10 minutes left. The volume for today. 2.3 million volume today.
Why does the volume on NQ seem so low?
Let me see. $690.
Yeah. I mean, compared to ES, that seems really low to me.
Oh yeah. Compared to the ES, it's definitely going to be lower. It's a lot less liquid. That's why it's more whippy. But yeah, the volume on the Nasdaq's definitely, it's always going to be lower than the ES.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's pretty. I mean, pretty. It's actually pretty high. Yeah, because normally the volume's pretty low. Let's see here. Because it's about 400,000 cash session today. Oh no, today. Yeah, 468 today. Ooh, 600. Pretty average volume for the Nasdaq today.
I just started paying attention to volume, so I didn't know what was normal. Because it's so whipsaw, I always thought it was higher volume.
No, so typically things that like are more whipsaw is because the liquidity is spread out a little bit. The lower liquidity causes more volatility. Which you would think, I mean, that makes sense. You would think like more volume causes more volatility, but typically um, less liquidity causes more volatility because there's less people to buy, less people to sell. So then, like, let's say we're trying to make a deal. If there's 100 people out here and we're trying to make a deal, well, deal gets made pretty easy. But if there's 10 people out here and I'm firm saying I'm only going to buy at 12.50 and you're firm saying you're only going to sell at 17, then we've got to either I've got to come up and raise my price to meet you
Right,
at
shut up.
17, or you've got to come down to sell that 1250, and so that's what gets gets the Nasdaq really jumping around a bunch.
Got it.
Three minutes till the close here. Someone just scalped a tick right there. All right. So there's the bell. And let's do a little bit of a review here, just so we can kind of get into what we're expecting. We leave some single prints below once again, showing some weakness here as far as buying goes up at these higher levels, but we definitely put in a bigger distribution up here. So we have a breakout from balance, right? And now we've got continuation and another gap, right? Kind of showing us that shorts are still stuck below this level. So in the overnight session, as the overnight session continues to go, should we trade back down into this level, we kind of expect some shorts to start covering from there. Also, just remember tomorrow we have 10 lots for one tick. Close. Nice ace. Also, tomorrow we have Powell, so there's going to be some increased volatility, and also we're gonna want to keep monitoring for continuation, right? We've had this balance breakout. We're breaking out on the monthly as well. We've got a gap down here, another gap just formed up here. We've got single prints and weak structure kind of all over the place. We were putting in some poor lows, showing that no one was really willing to sell to get back down below that 43.35 level. And then even on a break tomorrow, right, that if we break, right, I'm not saying that we're gonna for sure, but let's just say we do and come down to this level here, we're expecting a pretty decent bounce from that area. I'm kind of expecting a decent bounce from that area. So that's pretty much it. I mean, we're really just breaking out of balance. We just want to continue to monitor for continuation, continue to go with the market. We didn't really get much MGI today as far as the profile goes. We've got a poor high, shows us a little bit of lack of buying, but we also held a gap all day. So typically today's really just indicative of short covering. I wouldn't necessarily say that we got any more buyers today. So I guess what we can deduct from this is that if we continue to not make a new high, that we should see a rollover at some point back down in towards those singles. But other than that, we'll just have to wait until tomorrow and see what the market brings us. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, Fred.